Well, hello. Let's get everything fired up here. Get squared away. Figure out what we'll get up to today. Okay, we're good there. Alright, so. We did figure out yesterday that part of the problem with this layout being what it is that something about this button being put into the room tiles. We'll launch this real quick. Something about the button being put into the room tiles is messing with the layout. And it's also, because I just moved the, the styling for the border down into the container to see if that had something to do with it. And it's interesting that we do see it pushes the lower border out of bounds. That's kind of weird. And I was thinking about replacing this button, but the problem with that is that we rely on this to be a button in a lot of different places where we set things that are unique to buttons. Like, so we could put a frame on it, but that would require a lot of work. And a lot of extra code to handle that, right? So we kind of don't want to do that if we don't have to. The other thing I guess I could probably try is we could say parent width, parent height, get rid of this and do that and see if that gives us anything different layout wise. And I did move, yeah, put that back up. Okay. That also doesn't give us the same spacing, which is really, really deeply strange to me. Because if we no longer put you into your parent, and then we just run this, the layout is perfect. Everything lines up, everything is happy. I'm very, very puzzled. What if we completely take out any sizing in there? And I remember we had to do a container because otherwise things got funky. Yeah, see, magically, even though these don't fill the space anymore, they monkey with the size somehow. Very, very strange. Button. Let's put this back for now. What if we don't set the type? Is that perhaps part of this? Changes the styling, but it's still offset. And this should probably be display pixels. I think 2 was closer. That is really strange. The grow maximum size of the actual content exclusive of additional space from padding border. But because this is set on the container, previously it was lining up. Default is sum of min for all content, which includes space for all sub-elements. This is equivalent to the basics. What if I wonder if this is somehow conflicting in some way, shape, or form? We just give you a max and tell you to grow. What happens? Nothing. Nothing different anyway. Let's go back to that. And let's think here. What if we tell you to center your children objects? Is that somehow related to this? No. But that does give us an interesting question of, so if we go back to this and no longer make it grow, will that center correctly? Because before it was up in the corner, right? I don't think this is going to do anything, but it looks roughly centered, so maybe? Hard to say. I wonder. What if this is a new button? Being exclusive of additional space from padding, border margin. But what we actually want is for this to be inclusive of all those, to say, thou shalt not be a different size than this, because that's the grid size, right? Everywhere else, we're using a different, it's just a frame for connection tiles, right? New button. Hey, Engad, how's it going? Let's see here. Yeah, we give it a container and then we build, because this, we needed to build it for the sake of having all the places for the icons that we can populate, right? So at the end of the day, we return the connection button, which is under the hood. It just wraps a frame. So I guess we could do the same thing, I think, with the button, but I'm good. What about you? I'm all right. What am I working on today? Same thing we work on every day, Pinky. Not really, kind of, sort of. So we got yesterday, I got the UI. So if we apply that, now it tells you to select a destination room and it disables your buttons. You can still look at these if you want to, but then you click on that, it populates this. Scrolling I still need to eventually fix, but scrolling's a little bit wonky and cogent. But it's now more clear what is expected of you when you try to add a connection. And the same functionality happens, like if you for some reason didn't realize, oh, hey, I want to add here, it'll come up here and it'll open it for you and say, hey, here you go. And all the same UI and whatnot applies. The thing today that I want to first start out fixing is that the layout is broken right now. The grid is not gritty. So that's what we're tackling first. So this, I guess we could possibly wrap our own object and return a frame, and then the button would just need to change types to that. But that is also kind of still a lot of work. A lot of the calls would still work. We just have to change the types. And as long as we wrap button, we should implement it. But I would like it to just work correctly. Let me open the docs and see if there is anything for adding the inclusive size, basically, is what I want. It's all widgets. I don't know if it'd be in here or off of the button itself, but do you think it'd be here? Different properties for different sizes. Or sides, rather. Okay. Curve radius. Min, max, and grow. That all looks like what we've already been playing with here. My Twitch stream fall over? Did my YouTube stream? YouTube says it's okay. Twitch says it's okay now. All right, we'll push on. Theoretically? What is going on? Twitch is being weird. Alright. Hopefully it's up. Looks like it's up. I'm just not getting counters and stuff. Refresh. Fix yourself. Video's live. Session counter is 0. Cool, cool. Very good. Love that. Anywho. It's gonna wrap when it overflows. I don't want that. I wonder... Is there any built-in, probably get rid of that, but is there any built-in like padding or anything on these buttons? Can we tell? Let's take a look. We're just using the button object as provided, which comes with styling, right? That's how we're getting a lot of the bits and pieces for it. Styles. Doesn't show. Oh, we need to actually go into not this frame, but into the button itself. Padding. It does have padding. Okay. 10, 10, 24, and 24. You'd think that that would be pushing it out of the button, but it's not. It's making the button smaller somehow. Center, yeah, all that. I gotta go now. I'm gonna tune in later. All right, cool. See you later. Scroll bar width. Should be a scroll bar. And I think this is just a default, but actually I need to go this. Back to 0. Shouldn't matter at all, but you know, weird stuff. You can kind of see that it's just a tiny bit narrower, and then, you know, cumulatively it adds up. That doesn't seem to have changed anything. Why do you not? Let's get rid of that, and we can do min and max is X and Y. The weird part is that it does it even if we don't grow, right? Like, I could see if the sizing was incorrect in some way, shape, or form because of, like, padding and margins. That would make sense. But once we got rid of the grow, it should fix itself, but it doesn't. And the other thing is... Oh, is it... Maximum size of the actual content, exclusive of additional space from padding border. Margin. Zurich is default, provides no max size constraint. Default is sum of min for all content, which includes space for all sub-elements. Equivalent to the basis for CSS Flex styling model. But why? Let's do this, and then let's try... Try zeroing. 0 display pixels for padding and margin. What does that do for me? Let's find out. Doesn't change anything. And then let's set that to 0 as well. Same deal. This is not... Not an even gap around, and that's because we took out... No, we did have grow. Center all in here. Does that give me equivalent space around, I wonder? No. So there's something going on there. That gap at the bottom is bigger. I don't think this is order dependent. Let's just find out. Yeah, no, it's still smaller, but size the actual content exclusive of the additional space from padding, border, margin. Check. It's just a frame. Thing really there about that. If we also 0, I don't think there should be by default, but just for fun, We zero the padding margin on the container as well. Same deal. In all respects, it seems. Let's get rid of the stuff that didn't make any difference. I think we already tried this, but just... let's give it only a max and tell it to grow. Same deal. Didn't think so. Okay, so let's put this back to what we know works as long as we don't put the button in, right? Let's try another test. So, that works correctly. Obviously, these are no longer clickable because it's just a frame, but it does have the correct sizing. If we then were to put a new text, parent is container, set text, test. What would that do? Would that also cause it to shrink? It would. Okay. So it's not the button, it's the fact that a thing goes into this parent container. That's bizarre. We're going to put this back to what it was. I'm going to put that back. Rid of this. For styles.grid frame, the styles.style.columns property should generally be set to the desired number of columns from which the number of rows is computed. Otherwise, it uses the square root of number of elements. It does go into a grid. It's s dot columns. Because it does indeed only want to be in one column. Doesn't seem to matter though. Still got that wonky offset. The other weird thing is that go back here. And go to the right frame here. This one, if we look at the properties of this, it wants to be 100 by 75 because it's shorter, which is correct. So these, we'd expect these to be 100 by 100. The room tiles, right? That's the base grid size. So if we go down to this one, this is 100 by 100. This is just grow. But this sure thinks that the min and the max should be 100 by 100. It doesn't give me an actual... measurement, right? Just the expected. Render box. Fill margin determines whether to fill the margin with the surrounding background color before rendering the element itself. Typically necessary to prevent text border and box shadow from rendering over themselves. Should be kept as default value of true in most circumstances, but it can be set to false when the element is fully managed by something that is guaranteed to render the appropriate background color for the element. It is irrelevant if render box is false. So that's probably not also, like, that's just the margin area, right? The color of it. Gap of 0.5. One column. The hmm. Doesn't make sense that it would change. Like the minimum would change for sure, right? But max should not be changing. And it certainly shouldn't be getting smaller. Size X and size Y. Just for fun. I don't think this is going to change anything either. But what if we style it after we add the child button? Yeah, no change there. Not surprising. Didn't really expect that to do anything. Why would you be doing that? Parent frame is the middle. Turn you into a grid style. You have columns that are the length of the view grid. What if, for the sake of testing, we were to just directly plonk the button in? That we would get rid of this. This would become parent. This isn't int, this is units dot value. Oh my gosh, I can't type. Both of those, and then here we would to do this. Uncomment use so that you get set. What happens? Oh. Wrong capitalization, there we go. Things would get really funky. Interesting. Is it because I told you to grow? Does that override anything? Shouldn't. No. Okay. Super weird. Why do you specify columns? Oh, this isn't how many it wants to consume. This is how many it has inside, because the horizontal has 3 sections inside of it for the icons. Same with the crazy cross diagonal one. And then the vertical is only 1 column because it points up and down. It has rows instead. But that does... It's interesting that it grows outside of its bounds there, right? Tells me there's something wonky with button still, even though we know that any child inside of this modified the size of it, which is really, 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 really weird too. Let's do this, actually. Hang on. Before we go chasing this, let's see. Let's just update dependencies and see if they've done anything. I don't think they have for buttons, but let's see if the issue's still present or not. And while this downloads and updates everything real quick, I'm going to get a beverage, so I'll be right back. All right. Can't believe I forgot to bring a beverage. Fixed now, though. Are you updating? Now you are. Right there. There we go. Download you. Where are you? Oh, possibly unused. I see. Because it has been upgraded, I think. Do that. Should be able to also do... Okay. Now it's got to rebuild everything. It'll take a second. There we go. Alright. Problem's still there. Not surprising. It's good to bump those anyway. Keep current. I believe... And we'll validate that this is the only... That the dependency updates was the only change here. Yes. We can do that. That's fine. Or at least it should be fine. Now. The trouble with this, what is different? Give it a widget. We base the which of these to use off of the direction. Makes sense. We give you abilities in your frame. Max and Min. Howdy to you, EBDM. Is that electronic body dance music? We set gap to 0 for the internals. That makes sense. Curious what MUD is. Don't often scroll past people making game engines and go. It is multi-user dungeon. It's your initials. Gotcha. You could just say it's electronic body dance music. It's a cool story, you know? MUD is a multi-user dungeon. So if you think back to the old games like Zork, like text games, a MUD is the first MMOs. And they were like if Zork was played on the internet with your friends, basically. So these only get frames as children. And they work, as far as we know, for the layout. What if... Sorry, buddy, I'm not old enough for Zork. That's fine. I'm not either, really. I played it off of a PC game. They used to have PC game magazines used to have demo discs that came with them that would have demo games on them that you could install and play the demo of, right? That I am old enough for. There was one of them that had like retro games, and then one of them was Zork. So I have indeed been eaten by a Gru. But it was a little before my time. So what if, just for the heck of it, and this is very, very silly, but what if I wrap you into another frame at this stage? Do you still break? Oh yeah, I remember those discs. Yeah, nice. Those are great days. Demo disc day. Okay, yeah, that still breaks. That's fine. I expected that. The next thing is, what if we just put the frame inside of you? This doesn't use that anymore, so it doesn't put itself in there. Okay. So any child object in there seems to break it. Right now, I'm working on the map editor, so the map is just a grid, right? Essentially. Here, let me back this out so that it's visible again. I just pull stuff off GitHub now. That's the 21st century demo disc. Yeah, kind of. Game demos are still kind of a thing. You can find them on Steam sometimes. So the map is just a grid, right? This is the editor that would allow you to build this. And this is just a test map that everything is connected in. But they don't need to be connected, right? They're here so that we can do UI things, basically. But if you were to take out some of these connections between these rooms, then you can kind of start to see how this becomes more like a map, right? And like, let's say you didn't even have a room here. Then you could see how you could like navigate around. In each of these rooms could be anything, you know, like an internal room or, you know, a spot in the forest, whatever. It's just a place where things can happen, basically. And then the the server would load this map. Right now it doesn't save anything because it's still, you know, a work in progress, and I don't want to write to anything yet. But if we were to go here, we can start up a server, and I guess I could probably do this too. We can go to the client, make sure our server started. It did. No, it didn't, because I didn't start the database yet. It does need to load things. Let's start you up. And then you're going to error. Good. Now you run. And this has to rebuild too, because we just updated stuff, but give it a second. There we go. We have a client. So, and if I could type the password, there we go. So you can right now look at yourself, and I got to fix my formatting, but you can, you know, move around the grid. And this will need a map view as well, just for, you know, UX, but, and then you can also log out, log back in, exit, all that good stuff, basic functionality. So the next kind of big hurdle is to build the editor for a map, so you can build a real map, and that was the hard one, so I started there, you know, as usual. What protocols it using? WebSockets, gRPC, WebSockets. Just a nice, simple WebSocket. And I guess the other thing we could do, I shut everything down, but if we had two clients on, you would see people enter and leave the room. There's some of the bits and pieces are in place for other interactions, like skills and abilities and stuff, but that's all still kind of just a placeholder. It's not finished and integrated yet into doing anything with it, really. But that's part of having the editor for the map tiles is that we can build these things and say, okay, well, you know, you need to have a particular skill to use this exit or to see this exit. So in order to really test those things and get those systems worked with and consumed, we need to be able to build a map and have a testing ground, you know? And we could do that manually, but it would be much easier to do in this. And since we already need it, might as well. Gotta love you some WebSockets, yeah. All right, so anything in here breaks it. Why? Why this? What is different between this? Oops, get over here. Because this is fine. The connections are happy. So is this all deterministic, or do you have /plan procedural parts too? All deterministic right now. I don't know about adding procedural stuff. It's a lot of work, right? Pardon me. And it would all have to build on top of a solid engine already. So it's something I've thought about, but I don't know yet. We'll see. See if we can get it to a state where that makes sense to do, essentially. You guys that been having fun using LLMs to doing super easily. Great. Keep it pure. Yeah. Yeah, I no thank you on the AIs. I'd rather write my pure 100% natural organic bugs. So you have a minute to max. Center all. Display is grid. That shouldn't matter though. I guess maybe it would. If the flex like default has some kind of weirdness to it. Just see. No, same. Okay. Not surprising. Let's see. Keep it pure. Yeah, right? Like you can have a pure, you know, old school kind of mud feel. I want to do more UX stuff for the client to make it a little more modern, but you could keep it pure and still have procedurally generated like dungeons or something that would be instanced. That's kind of something that comes to mind. Something where it would be an element of replayability into it, you know, but it would have to make sense, really. I'm not talking about using it to code. I'm talking about for generating content for the game, but I respect purism. Yeah, see, that's also a place where I don't like AI generated content in the games that I like to play. Like it's very, very average, like just by the nature of it, right? It's the average of everything. And I just don't like it. I am early on, I played around with some of the AI stuff using open Hugging Face models, right? But not to create any content. I did some zero-shot classification to extract keywords from naturally written text, and it was okay, you know. And that's about as far as I got. And then the hype machine hit full speed, and yeah, that really killed my curiosity. Using LLMs are like using incredibly verbose abstractions. Better to just raw dog it yourself. Yeah, I would agree. Like I think if you're talking like game content, especially, like everything will be very, very average, but also it's going to have weird hallucinations in it, right? So like I would rather play a game, consume a game that used procedural generation with just human content. You know, you populate a randomly generated dungeon with monsters or whatever, right? But have those all be things that made sense and were human generated rather than whatever an LLM tried to spit out. The glaze machine has gotten really bad lately. Yeah. It's insane. It's really killed. It's kind of like it has a lot in common with the hype that surrounded blockchain, where like everything was trying to shove blockchain into everything, and it didn't make sense, and it eventually kind of killed the curiosity of how could this be used in a way that isn't this, you know? I'm trying to learn Go. Can you share some resources like where to start kind of stuff? Absolutely. Let me get you. I believe Go has a learning mode here. Exorcism has a bunch of great, I'll drop you a link there, has a bunch of great language learning stuff and challenges they're kind of in the direction of, CS puzzles, but there's a lot of good stuff in here and it can help you to start getting started. Look for languages that have learning mode. So let's go look for Go. Go does have a learning mode. So do the learning mode stuff first, I would say. I don't know how much they'll tell me without making me be like signed in and, oh, here you go, learn. Will you expand? No. You got a mouse over. Okay. But this should all be when you're signed in. This should all be like treed out, and it could also be dark readers, I guess. Okay, yeah, there we go. You can see how there's steps to it. It'll kind of help you walk through it. And these will introduce you to a bunch of great stuff. They have lessons, all that. That's how I would probably tell anybody to start now. Look, mate, I respect your opinion, but I'm a lead DevOps engineer and was given a budget to hire staff. Instead, I bought some servers with enterprise GPUs and I run my own models that have automated pretty much my entire job, all with the human. Okay, cool. That's certainly a choice. Honestly, the Go documentation decent. Yeah, it is. All right, so what was it? Yeah, I was doing looking at this. Why are you different than this as a concept? We also have a wrapping container. In this case, you are the clickable thing, though. We set min and max. We set center all. That's fine. Then we put in the containers. Min and max. We already played with that. Display didn't do anything for us, which doesn't surprise me. Like, why would it? But then we can just drop in frames and everything is happy. Use width and height here. Call it a different thing here, but that's fine. Units value. You take the tile. And you have an update. In this case, we return a widget. Return a connection. I wonder if that... Is it because it returns a widget? Oh, that's a custom struct. Okay. Right, because it's the room tile widget. Makes sense. Makes sense. This doesn't actually wrap. Okay, maybe that's where our difference starts to come in. Let's take a look here. This returns a connection button. Why? Oh, hey Ash. Sorry, I missed your message there. I see Exorcism a most useful resource for many languages. Yes, absolutely. Somebody on YouTube was asking how to get started. I agree. Oh, the other thing, actually, we could talk about that real quick. The other thing that's great if you're getting started in anything, really. Roadmap.sh. Let me drop you a link to that as well. There's all kinds of good stuff in here that'll tell you like, oh, I want to be backend. And then you can look at here and there's like a roadmap of things that you can start learning. And inside of here, there are links to stuff. There's, you know, there's free stuff. There's for paid stuff, all kinds of good stuff in here. And you can learn all kinds of stuff that you are interested in, get resources to start, you know, exploring that and see what exactly, you know, you need to learn. No worries. I see quite some folks telling me to start. Yeah, no, you're always good, man. We got YouTube is popping off with all kinds of good stuff today. Let's see here. What is a MUD? Multi-user dungeon. So think of like Zork, but played online. Shout out DevOps represent. Yeah, right? Let's see. Chain of thought workflows. No, Jenkins. And, oh, you must talk about that, guys. Stuff, right? Yeah, okay. Right now, Ash, I'm trying to figure out what is different between, so this is going to blow your mind, since you've been on this journey for a little bit. Trying to figure out what is different between a room tile and a connection tile, because we had that layout issue where the grid doesn't line up. And I don't remember if it happened after you left or not, but if we don't add the button in to the parent container, that is supposed to size everything, right? If we run this, then everything lines up perfectly as we expect. But, and here's where it gets even weirder, if I come in here and I just do a new text off of container, and we give it just a text box inside of it, then the layout is broken again. I'm very confused by that. And if I do a new frame, just a regular blank frame, right? That hangs off of the container, or goes inside of the container, I should say. Then it's also broken, even though it's just an empty frame inside. My best guess, does button add something like padding around itself, which increases the size of the container? See, that's what I was thinking too, but it actually doesn't increase the size. It decreases the size. Maybe any content whatsoever fiddles with the size calculation. That's kind of what I was thinking, but we don't see that with the horizontal or the connection buttons. Can you inspect computed size in the inspector? I was looking for that too. But if we go in, let's see, 20 something, I think. Oh, I'm scrolled over. That's why I'm confused and lost. So 22 is a room tile. And I can only see the min and the max is set correctly. And I don't see like a computed size. Oh, you're setting max size, but that's more of a hint. If contents imply a size, it will take their size, clamp to max. If there's no contents, I guess it takes max as a good default value. Max. But also we set min, right? So we set both to say this should be this size. The thing is, max does exclude additional space from padding, border, margin, etc., right? But I've also tried saying, okay, well, if we just come in here and I say, you have a max size and you just get to grow, right? Which should make it consume space until it hits. If we do this, then everything is still out of whack. So grow is either not working correctly or it's something else in that context. Can you log the sizes you set for min and max? Yeah, I guess I could do that. Let's get this back real quick. Change the things that don't make any changes. Let's see here. We've got lots of DevOps chatter over there. That's fine. So we can do a log. Probably want to printf this. And we can say and this should be, I don't know how this is going to want, let's tell it to put a print a string, because this is a units.value. And we can do this actually while we're here in connection tile as well. And I called them different things. I just called them height over here. Get this over here, and we can take a look. Okay. That print's very ugly. But connection tile of 75 and 100. Yeah, I was hoping that they had a stringer. Room tile, float 100, float 3 to 100, so 100 by 100 is what's being set, which is what we see, right? We see that, oh, don't want to do that. We see that the size actually does get set to that in the inspector. Oh, the min and the max get set to that, right? So we see that correct. If we go here and then go to 22. We look at the style. This is not correct. This is the surrounding container. 100 to 100 everywhere. That smells like some sneaky layout bug. Yeah. But I was trying to understand, like, why, right? That's the weird part, is that, like, I could see if there was a weird interaction with a button base. That makes sense. But it does it with anything in there. I guess it is normally used for casual UI and no one notices because no one really cares. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything is using this in production. Trying to align things so you notice, yeah. The part that's weird to me is that this doesn't have the same problem, right? This is just a frame. This is just a frame. In this case, the frame becomes the clickable thing because we had to build our own, you know, button replacement. And in this case, we put things in it, specifically a button, but that shouldn't matter. You would think. I guess we could do... So maybe that was part of... Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. We could do... this test and do that, and then just tell them that you're a one column, and then we'll do this again where we take this out so it exists in there, everything still works, it just doesn't put it into the UI, and then do new frame off of container and see if it's that kind of a thing. And it's still wonky, which is just really, really bizarre. And if we go 21, I think was our... And there's no UI element explicit for making a grid. There is. The parent that this all gets put into is a grid. Hello, nice stream, and I'll be watching so I can learn some things. Awesome. You're welcome in. Thank you. There is a UI explicitly for making a grid. We're using that. But the size inside of there is defined by the things, right? And maybe there's a weird interaction there, but I would think that there... Hey, thanks for that follow as well. Appreciate that. I would think that all of the tiles, quote unquote, should exhibit the same functionality. That's where I'm confused. Yeah, I'll learn them for you so there'll be none left. So that's where I started looking down the path of like, what is truly the difference between the buttons, the navigation connection buttons, and this button, aside from the fact that we use a button, because we've isolated the behavior to anything added to this container. But this eventually goes into, you can see the parent frame here is a styles.grid. And we set the columns to the length of the view grid that we've assembled, which is the room count plus connections plus the paddings. Does the size of navigation tiles also change if you remove their contents? That's an interesting question. I believe I did this yesterday as well, but... let's retread that to be sure. Theoretically, you know what I did? It's because these are all different, so they're all split out. So I just made set icons not do anything, which we still need to do if we're going to do this, I think. No, this is going to break a lot of stuff. we would have to just do this. Which kind of sucks, but it's not the end of the world by any means. All right, you're diagonal, so you have many. Okay, so that should... Missed one. That should take out all of the icon boxes, but leave everything under the hood so it can still play with them. And we still see the same... or similar. I guess there's a little bit less of an offset, maybe. Does IntelliGo correctly obey Control W for delete word, or does it use it for close window? I don't know, actually. I didn't want to delete that word from everything. Control W. Control W expands my selection. That's what Control W does. Run that again. And we can look at this and do take a look at that. It'd be hard to compare anything. And then we can come in here and put these all back. But not that. Rid of that. They really went in a completely unexpected direction with it then. Yeah, it's some of their shortcuts are pretty bespoke. This doesn't seem to change. Maybe it's just the wait a minute. You should all be back now. Why aren't you back? There you are. That was weird. Oh, I was looking at the outside. Silly me. That doesn't really seem... Maybe a tiny bit of a change. It's very minute, if anything. I'm noticing that these are kind of squished in here now, which is still kind of weird too. Really, really puzzled. And I don't think there is a sizing directly for the grid. I think it's entirely driven off of the child objects. Probably go here instead. And I think it's in style, maybe? Yeah, somewhere in here. I think it's in this one, actually. Yeah, here's a grid example where they say, hey, this is how you make 2 columns. Does the UI library have a grid element maybe that'd be better suit? No. Not like a grid widget that's a special thing? No. Not that I'm aware of. I would expect to see that in like a widget or to be talked about here. But they just put widgets in there. And this used to work too. So that's the other kind of confusing thing. There's just something funky going on with layout. And I wonder, finalize. That builds all the connections. We launch the event listener. Return this. What if after we put everything in, bummer, yeah, right? Kind of bummer, but also kind of not, right? Like, if it just takes a widget and everything's a widget, then theoretically it should be simpler and there should be less magic, right? Let's see here. What was I thinking? I was thinking that after we build everything, what if we run a full update on parent frame? Maybe something gets figured out along the way, but not actually rendered. No. No is the answer to that question. Width full, height full. Width narrow, height full. Because they're vertical. And we add one at the end. That makes sense. And theoretically, okay, here's an idea. What if we take out the leading padding row and the trailing row for the additional connections, right? Because they would theoretically be dictating the size of the grid, maybe. Oh, that's very interesting. Oh wait, no, we needed the middle grids. So we would need. Okay, let's turn on the last one because that's the in between. Okay, so that does push it out. Same way. And I would suspect that these are in the wrong, except for the fact that as soon as we don't put anything in the room tiles, it all lays out correctly. So that's weird. Do diagonal arrows then boop up the size despite dot max? I'm not sure what you mean. Like, do a styler in here? Does the tile size change if you delete connections from it and then re-add them? Interesting idea. I don't think so, but I don't think I've actually specifically tested that case. Let's delete one of these guys. Seems pretty samey same. But that kind of makes sense because we update the tile when we do this, right? Not the whole parent grid. The grid is kind of built one time and laid out, and then from then on, oh, what is going on with my deselect? Apparently I got another edge case there too. Once the grid is laid out, we do our updates to the grid objects themselves instead of like the whole grid thing, right? So like even if we delete one of those guys, you could actually delete an entire row. Like so. And everything seems all right. How about a hack to sneak update the whole grid when you do this? That might be tricky to get the right pointer in there though. Yeah, maybe. Theoretically, resizing should update everything too though. Right, yeah, it's a temporary testing thing, yeah. But resizing should also cause everything to trigger a re-update. I don't see that, but then again, maybe not because it scrolls. That might be the difference. The other thing I guess we could do is well, no. I was thinking we could like create the container outside of the package and then just put the button in it. This takes frame, which is the parent frame. I guess we could, yeah. So let's do that as just a quick test. That's interesting. So if we brought this out, and we'll just comment that for a second, and we said, okay, we added our vertical. This would be like both of these would be grid tile, heightful. Nope, that's width. And heightful. And then over here, this expects just a frame. So this works if we just do that. And then we give you parent, so you'll put yourself into that. What happened there? Oh. Ah. I put them in the wrong place. That's what happened there. This was parent frame. That's the grid. Things get weirder. That's the answer to that question. Right? What's going on there? You didn't... Oh, I must have messed up the parent frame, container. You put yourself into parent. What? What's going on there? It's not a bug, it's a feature. Non-Euclidean geometries are all the rage in 2025. Right? That is bizarre. Did I see it correctly with the inspector? The selection box was larger than the actual tile. This gets shoved over. This didn't get put inside of that container. Which is really weird. This should be inside of frame 21. Or there should be a wrapping container around here, either way, right? What is... This is weird too, yeah. Gnarly, yeah. Yeah. Parent frame is the grid. Makes me real glad I'm a backend dev, right? See, normally I would have that feeling, but I've decided to hate myself and write UI things. But that's interesting. And tree node should be an interface. It is. But what it actually is a frame. That shouldn't matter. For this, they should be interchangeable. But let's go back. Let's get this crap out of here real quick. It may be giving us an interesting clue. Let's go back to this. all we have to deal with is complex real-time failing, non-trusted distributed systems with Byzantine networks, piece of cake when compared to stuff like JavaScript, CSS, and UI layout. Right? So let me look at this again now. So 21, and now things fit, right? Still broken, but they fit like they're supposed to. And then we see you inside of this frame, which is what it's supposed to do. So why didn't you do that correctly when we put the frame creation, the container creation out here? Oh, because I'm stupid. That's why. I was doing this on the connection button. No wonder it put it in there. So we leave that. This actually needs to come up here. We need to do you before that and put you in here. I got confused by so many different buttons. And then this, once again, can do this. And then this, we pass through parent for a test. And we'll put you back to Node just to minimize changes. It shouldn't matter, but, you know, reasons and stuff. And then I've done it again where I've called you the wrong name because I copied you over. You should be that. We could call you the other name too. It's fine. Doesn't matter. Either way. Okay. That gives us the same exact result. And let's do inspect just to be sure. How do you not forget all these things? Well, you just watched me forget which button was which, so poorly is the answer to that question. But in general, to remember like how APIs work, it's just practice, really. And don't worry about it too much. Like if you forget how a particular thing works, you can look up the documentation, right? It's more important to have an understanding of what you're trying to do. And to be able to build a solution in your head. And then if you don't remember how to write a for loop, you just look up a for loop. And eventually you'll remember until you switch languages for a week and then you'll forget everything again. And it's fine. And that's just the text inside, which makes sense, right? This thing gets a name. It is the name of the text. I don't care. That's... Oh, wait. That should matter, because we've eliminated the button as a thing. So this all is the same. If we then were to come in here... and not put in the button, and then still do, well, let's just one step at a time. Actually, we need that still. We just take it out of here to say, don't put yourself in there. Just create yourself. Other things will reference you. It's fine. Okay, that does fix our layout again immediately, as we kind of expect, because they should be equivalent, right? But then here we'll also do a new frame just in the container for the heck of it. And that breaks our layout, like we kind of sort of expected. It's so bizarre. So that is no different to this, which is what we expect to see. It should be equivalent. Okay. At this point, let's try this. It's not core anymore. It's room tile. Oh no. And then put the button in there. Okay. This type would need to get changed. This we assert you this type. So this needs to then tile wrapper. We need to do that. That's fine, probably. This maybe doesn't use anything there. That'd be nice. All right, so if we did all that, then this would no longer be correct. That's fine. We would do you here. This would need to come down here. We would need to do similar to what we did for connection tiles here. And give you the abilities, which was done in this. Going to just do that. And then this would be... This wouldn't need a button. This would need a frame. That would have been the same. This is where I've gone awry. This whole thing can just go away. That's fine. We would do that. This would no longer get called. What did I just call you? This would need to be fixed as well. Room tile, that's what I called you. Your frame would be container. Don't need to give, oh, we capitalize, that's why. And then you need to be address of, because it's pointer. we can just do temporarily comment out the set text. We really just want to know whether or not connection tile from room tile. Right, we have a circular import now though. So we can't do that. This right here is the problem. Because room tile needs to know connection tile. Where are you used? Take that out of there real quick. Widget. Okay, that's where it is. It's connections. That makes sense. But what if we do the frame? Is there anything that actually specifically calls you? I think we just store your references for you when we build the connections. So that might work just fine. Cannot use style that button. And this is an edit bar. Oh, right. This has to be, oh, right. Okay. Can I do that? I think I can do that. Just want it to actually run so we can see if the layout is still completely hosed or not. Okay, map widget. 320 or 362. No, I just need to call or to get the frame when I put it in there as well. Yeah, so many of them. Right. Okay, well, that's fine. I just want to know if I'm crazy or not. Why you make it so hard? Okay. And that's immediately fine. So what the frick? Like, why? Why this? That is so bizarre. Like, the only real difference is that you return the container directly. There is a difference here, though. We need to put a core frame into, that's not what I want. We need to put a new frame into the container to be truly one-to-one. Does this break? This should break. This breaks. Okay. Wait. As soon as I resized, it fixed itself. Are you serious? Okay, it's broken here. And then it's fixed. It gets weirder and weirder. Reminds me of that meme, person staring at a screen in confusion, why doesn't this work? Then the same image with caption, why does this work, right? And I hate that. That's one of the worst things. Because it means you're missing something important. And it's going to bite you later. Okay, so this is an interesting question. I'm just going to chuck this because it's not nice anyway, right? It was a quick testy hack. I'm going to restore everything. Okay, we're going to run this again. And before I accidentally shoot myself in the foot, I'm going to clear that. So if I up arrow the wrong thing, it won't reset good code. So it's broken here still in full screen where it launches, where it wants to be. Resize, still broken. Still broken. Is this somehow related to resolution? It shouldn't be. But just a second ago, it seemed like it. I'm so confused as to why, though. Okay, so we also know from yesterday that buttons don't update correctly always. Here's an interesting thought. What if this is an update problem? Specifically for well, no, because that should move everything when we change the text, when we delete stuff, so that wouldn't be the case. I feel like this is a thing where we might need to do a minimal repro just to prove sanity. That's a lot, even a minimal repro is a lot of repro though. We would need to Maybe a new file with just a 5x5 grid or something with static contents, yeah. But we need to have them dynamic to truly repro what we're doing, where we're adding these things on the, building it up, right? I guess we could try this, which shouldn't do anything, right? But just, why not? Yeah, no change there. Huh. Well, that had been a for loop, but yes, but yeah, static text, yeah. Yeah, probably. New project. Don't do that. New window. Get this so I can see things. And do that. That. All right, so we're gonna need to grab make a new body. We need or is it just that? It is core. And this should be a new body. That's what am I missing here? Do it. Tidy it. Make it happen. There we go. And then we will need an grid. But before that, we need to make sure we do run the main window call. Okay, now. This needs to be new frame. Parent is body. Styler. That. Just grow so you're the size of the screen. Center all, sure, we're using that. And we'll set the overflow scroll as well. It shouldn't overflow, but just to keep things close. And then we need to that. And we'll do that'd be 5, that's fine. That. We should do the sizes so that we can statically size the guys. What did I do? I did 100 by 100 as the base. that. And then let's see here. We actually add that styler after, so maybe that's part of it, but it shouldn't be because they used to work. And then in here, index. Y-index we only use for tracking what row we're on in there, so we don't need that. So I actually don't need to do this, though. I need to do that because this is where it gets tricky. We do need a Y or an X and a Y because we need to add up to the X and then scoot down, add another. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to add just a new tile, which is a value. It's going to return a frame. This will do we'll also take a parent tree node, maybe? Would that be correct, or would it be... How do we do you? You take a frame. In both cases. Okay, that's fine. That's... that, and we're going to say that. This actually doesn't even need to return this technically. So we're not going to do anything with it in the repro. We don't actually return the frame in the real code. We return the data structure we use, but that's fine. I think for a mock of the concept. So here we just do, and I want to make sure I'm doing the same thing I did over here. Over here, we grab them, but again, we don't need to because we're using that. That's all fine. So we just need to create them. So we just do new tile, test grid, and then I did tile width, tile height, and we'll actually do this, that, so it's pretty, set text, printf this out. Can we do this on their value? Maybe. No. Units dots custom. Let's not do that. We'll just call you just at static text of a tile. All right, this should give us a grid of things. And it does. It's very, very bright. Let's also do the let's put a button in there. To sort of mock up. And this will actually need because we want to put a styler on it. So that we can border dot this to 0. That can be 2. Okay. We need to take out our this. Okay. And that all is in a grid, but I also want to do this, which is what we do in the real code. So that they fill up the space, and they do. That's all the same and good. Now, let's do we would need to do another how do we want to mock this out for a repro? We could do a row above it, I suppose, right? That would make sense. But we want these guys to be well, actually, if we did that, let's just do this. And then you Let's make you short instead of narrow. And I had to do something for this. I had to... that. No? Oh. Oh, I see what I did. It's because of this. And then this was like that. That. That should theoretically put short tiles in, and it does. And they're a little bit wonky, but they all line up more or less. Is it because... well, no. I bet you this text is pushing it out. Hey, I'm back. What's good? What are you doing right now? It doesn't look like the mud game. I'm doing a minimalistic reproduction of the issue that I'm having to see if I'm sane. Make the grid larger and the tiles smaller. Yep, I could do that. If I make them smaller, they get pushed out, right? The labels become meaningless because they'll get pushed out. But if we keep it to this and just make it larger. Because there, it was pushing them... yeah, things line up here. Everything just goes to the end. Life is very happy. Label F and S? Yeah, I could. Suspect it's going to be the same, though. That's too small for them even so, but they are still neatly in a grid. There's just no meaningful data inside of them. This is what I would expect to see if the button was too big, right? It should push it out of there because there's no overflow, anything defined on that frame. Made that just a little bigger. Still a little too short for the shorts, but it's not offset like I'm seeing. That's a bit annoying, right? That's why I'm so confused, because everything I understand about how this should work says that the editor should work. And the results from poking at it are strange and different, you know? there has to be some kind of strange interaction happening here. Also have alternating different widths, yeah. But we can do that too. We would need to do that. And then we would do that in the real, if this is the diagonal guys, right? You could just be that, I suppose. Keep track of index and odd indexes, 0.5 width. Yes, yes, it would. Yeah, we could do that way too. And then here, we can do on evens. Let's see, we want to start with odds though, right? No, not in this repro, not yet. And then this guy is the diagonal. So he's half on both. And then we do the same thing here. And then we can do that, and you're a narrow. And you're still kind of too small, but everything still lines up. Very confused. Let's give them a good size so they all fit, aren't constrained. Yeah, that's a fair thought. They fit nicely in the hundreds. That'll give us 50s for the shorts and the narrows and diagonals and all that. Maybe the issue isn't that some buttons end up smaller than expected, but maybe some end up larger. I would expect to see... So when we set the max on the container, that is exclusive of the contents border. And we're kind of seeing that play out here, right? Where it pushes the border outside of it. But this is also kind of why we did, I think 0.75 for this, because for visual, right? Yeah, 0.75. Which we can do in the spirit of samey sameness. I closed you, yes. I think. No, I didn't. I did. You're just that other window. There we go. There we go. And now things fit tightly within because they're not trying to be too big, but everything still lines up. So now the question is, what's different? Want to play Spot the Difference game? See, we've come full circle back to exactly where I was when you first joined, which is where I was trying to understand what the difference is between a connection tile and a room tile. And I still don't get it. It's so weird. And we have, obviously the fact that it's a frame and a button, but that shouldn't matter for this. In fact, if we were to, let's just say, keep you over here. If we were to just say, come in here and tell our, can Inspector help us in any way if we grab everything from it and compare? What would we compare? What specifically is your idea there? Run this again real quick, and we can inspecta. All styles? It is expanded over here, but that shouldn't matter, right? If we look at a style of a shorty, we see that. And we can launch, theoretically, this into another window. Inspecta. And look at frame 2. And we can grab, that's a narrow. I guess we could put bookends on this, but we already took those off and it didn't matter. We can look at the style of this frame, and it's 175, which matches this handily enough. If we go now to, in both cases, this one is going to be, I forget how big we made our grid. Is it 50? Select element. How about that? Will that work? Sure, maybe. It's the text, though. I don't want the text. I want this. Button. There we go. Frame 50. It is 50. This is 100 by 100 because it's a room. And then if we go to our friend, what was it, 20... We need to get this on the screen. 21, I think. 22. Look at his style. We see 100 by 100. So that's correct. Let's go. All that. This all looks very much the same, which is what I would expect. It makes sense, right? Guess we could also look at you. Columns 21. Which 10 by 10, doubled plus 1. Yeah, makes sense. Frame 0 should be, yep, you got all them nodes. 50 columns. Makes sense. We made you a 50 by 50. All this looks very much the same. I don't think we can just, like, dump. Well, scrollable, unfocused. I don't think we just, like, dump the style info and diff it that I'm aware of. I guess we could. There's gonna be a lot of diffs in here, though. A lot of diffs, because just the nature of the thing is different. One has more things than the other. Maybe with specific chords. Let's take a look at what this spits out. Just for funsies. Do that. That's that one. This one. Oh, that's fun. We can't do a core pages, apparently. Smelling more, to me, more and more like an off by one edge case in the layout code. Like in the frameworks code? That could be. Yeah, yeah. Ouch. Ouch indeed. Let's get rid of that for now. But everything worky work here. I guess granted they are. Yeah, in the framework layout, yeah. Okay, that's fine. You crashed because I tried to do a thing. Go away, please. You're not good for anything. The tile is different, so I guess we could do, because one has a button, the other doesn't. Shouldn't matter, but layout code is hugely complex. I implemented something like that, but much simpler for a 2D game, and remember, it was a big pain. Gotcha. Yeah, I've never had to do that specifically. It was kind of the point of using a framework. Might be getting a really weird behavior due to some padding or margin style, or maybe even something as silly as color or border style. Yeah, maybe. But when I put a completely empty frame inside, we still see it shrink down. That's the part that's breaking my brain. So if we did a new empty tile or frame holder, let's just say. We can do that still. And then in here, we still make a new frame. We still styler it. Actually, I think I want all the same style, so I might as well just do this. But instead of an internal button, and I don't even need that actually. You just have a single text in there. And then these guys, frame holder, in both cases up top. This on the odds is a frame holder. Oh, oops. New frame, and then set text label. There we go. If we did this, we would get those different flavors of thing. But it all looks pretty good. We would need to do like here. Not background, success base, let's say. Probably that more board, yeah. We could actually do, really? Can I not? Okay. I think they'll be black by default, so then maybe that's fine. And I want to look up how to do that specifically right this second. Not that. We ran that. I put that on the wrong element. That's new tile. You need to go down here to the thing that looks exactly like you. Ah, it does break. Magic. Why did it? Wait a second. The border. Border only but no background. Good. Good call. Good call. The border. Do we... Connection tile. That doesn't have a border. That's 4 pixels. Yeah. But, I mean... Going with the 3... Okay, yeah. That's an interesting thought. Oh yeah, that's worse. But I don't have a border here. Only the button border, which we do have. I need to double check that to be 100% sure, but we have the border on the buttons. Make an animation? I'm not an animator. Does it maybe get a border elsewhere? Yeah, yeah. Here we set the border on the internal button. Right, yes. And your button is set to grow. The container it goes in, because there was wonkiness with just having a button, right? So there was wonkiness with just getting a button to size correctly and everything. That's why it lives in a container now, a frame. Go. Maybe widget.button has a default border. It does. But it lives inside of the frame. Which should be constraining its craziness, right? The connection tile, that's what I was looking for. We set the abilities. And also, let me just double check the inspector like you said, yeah. Because there's no visible border, but... It could also be a hidden border. Because it's on black because my eyeballs. And everybody's eyeballs. It would be one of these guys. Nothing showing for border. And then... 21, 22. You should have a border. Actually, no, it wouldn't be you. It'd be your internal button. Ah, okay, I gotta click into it. Right, I'm just looking to compare. So this shows it has a single EM border. This shows no border. This is a connection tile. This one. This is 21. No border. This one has a 1 EM border, which I think is what the default, or the, what I set it to, which makes sense, right? We can do... a 0 here. Let's see what happens. And that's still wonky. But I would expect that because the button goes inside of that container, right? And the container has no defined button, but... Oh, here's another interesting thought. Next experiment, explicitly disable border on... Yeah. Well, I just did. This is the button that goes inside of this frame. But... if we explicitly disable the border here, just for science, you know? Then we still have a broken layout. Makes sense. The other thing that's interesting and makes me wonder... what if we zero the radius on it? It still broke. And let's just make double sure. You only have a size set. You have no other stuff. You have gap 0, but that's for internal stuff. Also, despite the parent having max size, it does walk the tree of children to figure out its own size. It's super easy to have a bug there. I mean, just look at the mess on this link that has been... yeah, their layout page is a disaster. They need to get rid of it or fix it. But I think we're onto something here with the layout is borked. And I think it's not a link to their page. Oh, I see. It's a link to the GitHub. Can I... just go there manually. 978. Didn't want to paste a direct link because there are often Twitch bots which immediately hammer on any link pasted in chat. Ah, right. Yeah, right. Yeah. It's Twitch chat is always wonk. Let's see, 978. Size from children. Yeah, that certainly is a mess. Visible children. Funny how my own 2D layout code looked remarkably like this. Well, that I'm not sure if that means your 2D layout code was good or not, given my bug. I'm saying it's a potential for subtle layout, but yeah. Absolutely. Like, this is just... Like, I'm confused for MA, which is the X value is less than or equal to the Y? No, my 2D layout code was bad. Fair enough. Variable names are awful, so figuring this out as an exercise I don't want to do. Yeah, that's kind of where I was at too. But also, this just kind of stuck in my brain. Like, I'm confused. Like, theoretically, I guess they're trying to make a square, but... like, you should be able to have an X that's greater than a Y. It's called a rectangle. It goes horizontally, right? I must be missing something there. But yeah, I think variable names are awful. I think we were just talking about this the other day where oh no, that might have been somewhere else. There was a discussion somewhere the other day where somebody asked if single variable names was idiomatic Go or stylistically correct Go. And we're talking like, yeah, we see it a lot, but it sucks. Give it real names. Seeing as there's a bunch of max followed by grow, which could easily accidentally take in something from the child that isn't reported. Yeah, that could be. I mean, we've reproduced strange behavior pretty clearly here. This part is also just weird, though, because it's backwards to what we have right over here in the real code. But same symptoms. And maybe I should just bug report this out as is and see what happens with it. Give me this one. Thank you. Which is kind of what I'm thinking, because we've clearly proved that there is a way to... let's just put that back. There's a way to get strange behavior out. And maybe in the investigation, they can figure out what they have done incorrectly and come up with a better system. Well, work style says that variable length should be proportional to its scope. That is something that was discussed actually as part of that, and that is actually a really cool rule of thumb that I hadn't heard before, and I like it. Something that's used within a few lines only can be one letter. Yeah, if it goes outside of a tight loop, it should probably be at 4 or 5. It's a function arg, the whole word. If a file wide, then multiple words. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really cool rule of thumb that I actually really like. So we can reproduce that lays out correctly. And then if we come back and uncomment this, it's broken. Okay, so comment this back out. We'll make us a boog. Slimming it down more, drop as many styles as you can. I guess, yeah, we could do that. We could drop those, I suppose. These two are very important. This can probably go... Those all might be able... Let's just do one step at a time here. Okay, that's still good. And then... Wrong button, yeah. One thing at a time here so I can find it. Okay, that's still broken now. Okay, good. This is probably not needed. This is all probably not needed. Because the parent is supposed to be setting the size, so that's broken. And then if we take this out... Then things are fixed. That's probably not needed. Hey, Jess. Radius might be a good idea to leave in there so the buttons are all square for nice visual contrast. Maybe. How's things going for you today, Jess? That is the good. And if we do that, should be broken still. It is. We can put in the squareness, that's fine. We can do that. Let's see here. That's all fine, I think. That helps them to be actually visible. I think that's pretty well pared down. What do you think? Social gathering, I forgot. So horrible. What happened with the UI looks good. This is a minimal repro of the bug that I've been chasing pretty much all day because it's weird. We're trying to emulate 1998 GeoCities, right? Have you seen NeoCities? NeoCities. It's GeoCities reborn. Drop 2 constant for slow. Most, yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Ow, ouch, no, why? you don't enjoy? Nope, we're not gonna look at that one. Gotta be careful with clicking on random NeoCities stuff. Let's see if we can find. There you go. You don't like this vintage internet experience? Oh, they wiggle. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. So many memories. So many memories. Thanks a lot. Now I have to go wash my eyes in holy water. Cable World. I don't know. I can't read that, so what to find. That's a shame because that was a really good. Here we go. Well, that's me. I grabbed the wrong window. There you go. How about these memories? All these memories. Now I gotta scoot this over so I can see chat again. Oh my gosh. Anyway, although it's not authentic if there's not some random crappy MIDI music playing. Right? That's okay. I'm good without that part. The rest of it, good nostalgia. This was... And then I could just actually... It'd probably be even better. Since we're only doing 100 by 100. This could actually just be... directly set. To make it as simple as possible. I still say that GeoCities was better than the autoplay ads, screen garbage, pop-up ridden most of modern websites. Yeah. Also, GeoCities didn't need to download 50 megs of JavaScript to barely run. Absolutely. Okay. We can still repro the brokenness. Oh, yes. Yes. That's broken. And then... the workingness. Like so. Fantastic. All right. Bug report. Buttons may need that grow to make them correctly sized, though. Demonstrate the effect you're actually going for. Yeah, okay. I can do that. It's sort of independent of the buttons, but... just make completely sure. And it's broken, so that's good. All right, so we need to grab this. Put this into the example code section. All right, so you have a grid of same width tiles, height mutable between rows, adding a border to actually, hang on. Let's think here real quick. If we do a button in here as well, different widths too. Regular pattern grid? Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Because yeah, you're right, there are different widths. No, I'm just curious and messing around for the sake of curiosity. If we change your border. Yeah, it's still the same. It has to do with the mixing of the different types of widgets, I think. Although I was just looking at those borders. Yeah, they're within the confines. So the green border is actually just the background that's showing around. So that's correct. All right. To build a regular pattern grid, the inner button is smaller, so adding a border doesn't break layout, I think. Yes. And the reason I was thinking that there might be something to that is because we have... Does this mean you can remove the inner button from the other frame too? Like, if I do this, is it still broken? Is that your question? It's an interesting question. So that gives me a good grid. This should give me a good grid, but, and here's the but, and it does. What I see in my code, or the real code, I should say, is if now we do This, if it reproduces the same, should also break it still. And it does. Maybe we should include that too, because that is interesting, right? That holds two types of frame. Good point. So this more accurately reproduces your code, though it seems the underlying bug is present. Yeah, I think probably. Let's actually copy that and update this. Delete you. Copy you. You. Holds two types of frame. The layout becomes broken. Grid out of alignment in a couple of cases. One. This is with a board. Okay. This isn't actually a couple of cases. Becomes broken. Grid out of alignment if border is added to one of the frame types. If you remove the contents of the other kind of frame, the layout will work correctly again. But even an empty frame within that container frame will break the layout. And this should have been commented. We'll make sure to do that real quick. Over here. I suspect there are other cases based on my results in the real app, but I haven't narrowed down exactly the cases yet. How to reproduce. Run the example code. Let's do this. You should see a nice square grid. Uncomment the border width styler from new frame holder. You should see the frame holder widgets extend past the new tile widgets. 3 is comments out internal button. Uncomment the empty frame. You should see the layout is still broken. Actually, we should do that in 2 steps, I think. If you comment this out, it should be fixed. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing there. I think it was debug. It should still be fine. Actually, we could just do cancel. Run that. Yeah, that immediately fixes it. So instead of doing this, comment out internal button. See, the layout is fixed again. Like so. Uncomment the empty frame in new tile. The layout is once again broken. Sure. Platform, Linux. Think. Let's preview. For an example code, nice square grid, uncomment the border, width styler, frame holder widgets extend past the new tile widgets, comment out internal, see the layout is fixed again, uncomment empty, yeah. Nice, good, minimal repro code with clear steps is the second best thing to just getting a fixed PR, right? I try to be a clear and provide examples when it's feasible, right? Try to be clear about the steps that I've taken to reproduce these things. And then I shut up and go away and hope that they fix it because I'm not owed anything. Because it's an open source library. That's the point. That's the part that people miss and leads to some problems in the open source world. All right, so I think we've beaten this horse to death. It's been one of those days where everything is broken and nothing I do works. You know, it happens. Let's get that just because it's visual noise. That change we can keep. In my previous jobs, I've been in semi-help desk roles. Sometimes it's disappointing how many times I got bug reports over email, which said basically the equivalent of "it done work." Yeah, I came up through support. I've read a lot of those emails from people that should know better. To quote, calling back to Lord of the Rings being your Roman Empire. To quote Treebeard, a wizard should know better. All right. We're going to keep that change, though, just because I've been meaning to make this thing display pixels, not EM, which is font, which is kind of meaningless in that sense, right? I think we want that to be 2, though, because the parent of this doesn't have a font size really that is set. So I think this is a better way to do that, to express that. And that looks pretty decent to me, aside from the end of the row, which we just don't talk about for now. So let's do that really quick. Change the Tile button base order from EM to DP. One company had a really bad IT manager who regularly sent IT staff to do other employees' work for them. Because A, you can't expect those old ladies in accounting to learn how to use the new tax software, and B, you have to do it on their computer because financial data shouldn't leave the accounting department, and C, it has to look like they've done it, or else management might start asking why they are even employed. I got this pain deep in my soul. The pain of, I know them feels. All right, so what can we do that's productive now? We're going to just gloss over and ignore the scraggly, ugly grid. Scrolling is wonky. That's probably going to require a bug repo as well. I don't feel like doing any more of that today. Had quite enough chasing weirdness. It truly is Helldesk out there. Granted, there have been a lot of good interaction too, various from person. Yeah. This is going to sound weird because I'm currently on a stream, but I don't like talking to people. Like at work, right? I'm much happier to just fix things, to make things, and not deal with that. There was one ticket that sticks in my mind from a job where we supported internal admins, and they said we get a 400 some odd error. Permission denied error from the API, right? And I was like, okay, well, that's a permission denied error. It means your credentials aren't correct or the account doesn't have permissions. Can you log in with that account? And then they went back and forth for like a week. And the final response in that ticket was, it was credential error. Please close ticket. Mostly it felt as if regular employees didn't want anything to do with those IT nerds. Sometimes they came to fix a problem for someone, they yelled out their actual password, and by the time the smoke cleared, they were already across the street, cigarette already half smoked, and coffee already half drunk. Yeah. Yeah. Which, like, okay, sure. But, like, also, it's weird how we accept incompetence for computer tasks in the workplace still. Like, you just get a pass for that for some reason. When, like, if that's an essential part of getting your job done, why is it treated any differently than anything else? I never understood that. You know, how does that make sense? Often I had to wait like 30 minutes for them to go back and get back just so I could ask important questions and figure out what the problem was. Yeah. There was a lot of times where I showed up in response to a ticket and they'd gone to lunch or something. And I was like, okay, well, here's what I found. Make me a new ticket if you want me to come back. There's, oh, this guy's using Canvas. There was somebody asking questions about grids in the Slack, right meow. And I was very interested for half a second there. Well, not to worry, they usually had passwords on post-it notes under the keyboard. Yeah, if not, then passwords are usually in the form of month 2012 because the policy mandate rotations every 30 days. Yeah, that's actually like a thing Like if you can look on link if you okay, so it's a multi-pronged thing. But I've heard of it existing, right? Where if you can look at LinkedIn, you know how long they've worked there. If you can find the company's password rotation policy, then you know their password if you know their habitual password that you lifted from somewhere else. It was talked about in an article I read about why password rotation policies actually make passwords weaker. Or you're just removing bits of entropy, even if you don't have their password. All right, that's what I was doing. I was looking for what we're going to get up to next, now that we have spent a long time chasing a thing, but like, I feel like I've come away with a better understanding of a lot of things, so that's good, right? It's progress of a kind. Let's see, we've done the UI prompt. I'm not sure I'm a super fan of it, but it's good enough for now. We don't have rotation policies, but we have some fearsome detection and a browser extension which locally detects if you've input password anywhere except the SSO page. The mandate. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I would wonder how many false positives you get, because even with like password managers, I've seen it where a domain will confuse it. Like if there's like I'm trying to think of the exact case. If there's like two login screens, like if you can log in a box on the main page, or if you click sign in and it takes you to a separate page, I've seen that confuse password managers. I would wonder if you get, I guess if it's very restricted to just the SSO page, then you must not have like a re-login that's a different page or anything like that. Like, that's the other time I see that get confused. If you time out and it's prompting you to re-authenticate. I did get a few, mostly when some third-party tool was broken and gave me URLs with IP addresses instead of a domain name. Yeah, that's another good one where it happens. If you've got everything really tightly funneled to that URL for SSO login, then yeah, I could see that being a really good option, actually. I'm sure it generates a lot of tickets from Jan in accounting, who's like, I don't understand why I have to keep changing my password. It's the same one I use everywhere. There are some, but on the whole, it works very well. I've had to change my password like twice in about 5 years. Yeah, that's nice. That's actually pretty nice. I'm glad. That's a clever answer, too. Okay, so we did that. Cancel functionality was added as part of that. We could play with the icons a little bit. I should really fall down a rabbit hole on icons at some point, because the placeholder ones need to go. They're ugly and awful. We need to get them tidied up. We could do, okay, so one of the thoughts I had did have a different problem with some SSH automation, which detects where you're logging in from. I was working on some of our servers in Beijing, and the automation detected I was in mainland China, cut off my access to everything else. There's strict data policies of what can go in and out. Yeah, export stuff too. Does MapWidth? No, we decided not to do that. It does live in connection tile where we load these. We want to... We got a couple things that are kind of ugly in here. that might warrant some tidying. I had to patiently explain to a security engineer that a login in Frankfurt from Dublin at 10:11 a.m. and then a login in Beijing from Beijing at 10:11:01 a.m. either means I'm flash driving into teleportation. Yeah. Chicken jockey. Okay. How is the game engine coming along? Oh, it goes. It goes. We're building the editor and just chasing UI framework bugs and weirdness and UI isms in general. To be fair, Frankfurt looks like a portal to another world and not in a good way. Making a reference to the Minecraft movie, but nice. Oh, okay. I have not seen the Minecraft movie. I don't watch a whole lot of movies anymore. I used to. Not anymore. Or shows for that matter. I can do shows like while I'm eating dinner, usually. That's premium show watching time. But movies anymore, I start to get restless and feel like I should be doing something. Let's see. Icons. That's what I was looking at. Set connection icons. Lives here. So I would like to know if I am required to include a folder path when I load these in embed.fs. That's what I want to know. The only thing I've seen of Frankfurt is Frankfurt am Main Airport inside, nothing else. That's more Frankfurt than I've seen. Which is a shame, because I would love to get over there and see some of Europe at some point. Always wanted to visit Dublin, though? Yeah. Same. I would love to visit Germany, Scotland, Ireland. Probably England, just because you're there, right? Might as well. And also, what's directly Netherlands is north, right, of England. That old-timey dark black forest countries. No, wait, I lied. I did a rent-a-car from Frankfurt to Neckarsulm when I worked for Lidl. We'd fly into FRA and then rent a car for 100 kilometers to get to Lidl HQ. Nice. Little bitty road trip, you know. Some family in Stuttgart we visited sometimes. Nice. Scandinavian countries? Yeah. You know, specifically the ones that are nice, like during the summer, right? I'd love to see Iceland, even though that gets a little gnarly from what I've seen. Norway and Finland, yeah. Norway, that's it. Both of these during the summer, I mean, you get eaten alive by mosquitoes. I grew up in Alaska, like, there are some areas it's relatively safe, yeah. The mosquito is the Alaskan state bird, so like, I've been there, I've lived that life. I have, you know, I have fist fought a mosquito, so that don't scare me. Alaska, Nebraska, all the same for me, right? Yeah. Well, Alaska. Let's get. Oh, that's an Amazon link. I don't want that. Just give me a map. Oh, this is not what I want either. Anyway, so Alaska on maps lives down here, but actually it lives up above Canada. See if we can find a better one. This is a stock image or something. Why can't I just find a picture of a map? There we go. This doesn't have states on it, though. You can only find one or the other. Here, okay. This is also just a stock picture. We can use it. We need to grab a world map, right? So, Alaska actually lives up here. Nebraska is like right there, I think. It's one of these two. So we're up here with... Let's see. I don't see a world map over here yet. There's this one. So like we're up here with everybody else in the Nordic countries, right? And the Slavic countries. same elevation, more or less. Not elevation, longitude? I forget which one is which now. Very, very similar environment, kind of, sort of, to what I have seen of, like, Finland as well. There's a guy on YouTube that he makes videos of himself hiking and camping, and it's super chill. That's good dinner time watching right there. And it looks a lot like what I remember from Alaska. And you would enjoy Finland most likely. Yeah, yeah. I worked with a guy that was from Finland. We still talk sometimes. He's pretty cool, dude. So, the Embed FS here. It's a nice country, usually nice people with a lot of crazy think Florida man, but in a good way, right? There's that very famous, internet famous video of the guy yelling at the bear on his front porch, right, from Finland. I don't know if I can, if I get in trouble for swearing in Finnish, but there's a very famous Finnish phrase he makes liberal use of. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was looking at... Okay, so if I embed from a folder... Okay, so I can do that. I can embed that. But then when I access it, I can just do star. Fins are built different. Right? So theoretically, this should... Oops, let's not delete all those. Thank you. This should be the same as this. That we just kind of hacked together real quick while we were getting things roughed in. And it seems to be, because we still have our little icons. And if we were to, let's see, do you need to delete 3 to 4 3 and 4 3 to 3 2? Did we still get that one? Yep, okay. Oh, I'm dropping some frames. Not even nasty out. Let's see. Okay, so that is indeed equivalent, and the patterns are interpreted relative to the package directory containing the source file. Right? Yes. Can't use relative or empty path elements. Okay. Value on the example above is almost equivalent to this. Okay, that's fine. We don't really care about excluding things like temp files. That's fine. Read file. Looks like I can't really change the path, right? I guess that makes sense. Even though I've just embedded everything in icons, I still, let's just say that this should fail to load the Chrissy Crossy. If I'm understanding correctly. And it does. So you do need the full path, but that's probably okay. What we could do is up here, can I do a I bet you this doesn't work. But just for funsies, we'll test it. No matching files found. Yeah. All right. And I don't think there's a way. Everyone I meet from Ireland moved there rather recently. Must be nice there. It seems kind of like a nice place. Or files into a file system. Yeah, there's no way to make this dynamic that I can see. I guess you could, well, you don't really want to. It's very nice, yes, land, people, infrastructure, climate suits me very well. That's nice. It's good. It's good you can find a place that suits you and feels comfortable and homey, right? Like right now, I'm visiting the desert. And I mean it's nice. I appreciate a nice desert landscape, you know. There's beauty to be found there, but I'm happiest when I'm in a foresty type environment. When there's living things that are green. Makes me happy. So we couldn't do like a config on this, but that's probably fine. Put that back. And if we're going to do that, can we perhaps do this instead? Look at our icons. Which actually... Could I kind of cheat? Oh, I can. Totally can. Oop. That in. That in. Get rid of that. Oh no, I forgot equals. It's fine, we'll fix it in a second. Mongoose lived his best life moving around, seeing different sceneries, right? Meanwhile, I see a stone wall when looking outside my window. I mean, I did that. I didn't even have... My last apartment, normal apartment that I had a couple years back, I didn't have any windows except for the balcony and a window that was on the balcony because I lived in a middle unit. Let's see, we can do this a little better. And then I could do... I guess I can't because it doesn't... Whatever. Would have been faster just do it manually, probably. Oh well. I'll fix. Well, it's nearing 11 p.m. for me, which is high time to hit the bed and catch me some of those Z's. Keep the good. Hey, yeah, thanks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for your good brain solutions and suggestions. I'll drop back in on a future stream and demand a recap. We'll be here to recap ya. Have a good night. We'll catch you next time. All right, and then if we were to do this. Oops. That. this way, we only have to change them in one place if we decide to change them, as long as... And I should run this, just to be sure. Before I go too ham on this. We can't drive it off a config file, but that's probably fine. You probably don't care. Yeah, we still get our icons. Love it. Let's see here. Let's just do this and this and this. That's // But yeah, I've really enjoyed being out on the road. // And I'm really hoping that I can stay out here and find another remote job, but if I gotta station up for someplace for a little while and work, then that's just the way it be. East icon. Do you plan on making the UI really dungeon-like, or will you just switch icons? What do you mean? For the editor UI, or for the game UI? Southeast. Vertical. West. / West. Horizontal. Alright, let's see if I screwed up anything there. Looks pretty good to me. That will help. Yeah, like using wood skins. Excuse my words, it's really late and I used all my social energy. No, you're good. It's good. I wanted to know what your real question was, right? For the editor, probably not, right? Because it's kind of a behind the scenes thing. And clarity of information is, I guess in both cases, clarity is really important, but like, it doesn't need to look as fancy, right? What a stupid description. No, I got exactly what you mean. And maybe that's an interesting thing to think about. So like for the client UI, it would be nice to have something to indicate, like, is this an internal or an external room, right? And or like what biome, like, is this forest, is this desert, water, whatever. And I hadn't really thought about that yet, but there's not really anything that would stop us from using the same icons, I don't think. I have to think about that a little bit. There's definitely maybe something there where we could use like a texture that gets a little further along the lines of like a full 2D game sort of UI, you know, but it might be an interesting thing. I'd probably want to make it toggleable so that you could choose your experience, kind of, you know. But we could encode that as part of the map data that says, hey, this uses East icon. It wouldn't be East icon. Well, actually, it would be. It would be East icon. Because you'll still want to know connections. Interesting. Let's do this. Shared, consider using a texture for map tiles, etc. Editor and client map can both use them? question mark, make an option to disable if we do. Put that in the backlog. We can think about that because that's interesting. All right, so that will do. Make the icons for connections a constant, so we only have to change them in one place if we need to rename them. All right. Get that squared away. That's one more little tiny thing off the list for this particular feature. Let's think about... We're coming up on 4 hours, pretty close here. Let's think about what we're going to do tomorrow. If you had to name a percentage, how much of your goal have you already reached? For the engine or for the map editor? Let's see here. Okay, so for everything you plan for this project, gosh, that's a really hard question. The editor is only this so far. We need to edit the other things, but this is also the hard part, right? The client is very bare bones right now. It needs some love. For the core server functionality, probably 70%, let's say. Like, there's things that I know need to be fleshed out better, and we need to have things like NPCs and a controller for them. But, like, the bones of the server are there. The client is, like, 10% of what it should be right now, I think, probably. It needs a map viewer, right? I don't think I'm going to be able to reuse a lot of this directly because this is just such a different task. But it needs to have a way to look at the map. And some other stuff. There's some stuff with the protocol that needs to be hammered out a little better still. And the UI for the client is really just like a text box right now that it needs to be... It needs to support colors in the text. That's a very core, like, mud feature. And I gotta also figure out, like, how I want to handle updates going to the client. What do we send to it? How do we keep it in sync? You know, that sort of thing. But, like, some of the cool Chrome from the early mud days was like a status, like this at the time of day and stuff like that. Things like that. Will need to be added. So, like, there's a lot of different bits and pieces, and the real test of how good I've done, it will be once we get to a point where the basic building blocks are in place, it's going to be time to start thinking game dev thoughts and less engine dev thoughts. And that's probably going to lead to engine dev thoughts, which is sort of the purpose of building a game with it after, right? Is that until you do that, it's just a theory, you know? Get a dog food it to know if you've really made a thing that's good. But, you know, it's less than a year old as a project. And it was something I worked on kind of just in fits and spurts on the side before at a basic level. So there's a lot to come. Nice tattoos. Thank you. Yeah, there is a lot to come still, but I feel good about the progress. Like, I've been on this for longer than I want. I'm really tired of the editor, the map editor specifically. But there's a lot of hard work to do in it, right? Like, and I'm not a UI guy. So a lot of this is harder for me because it's not things I'm really familiar with, which is good. It's growth, right? You got to get out of your comfort zone to learn things. So it's good from that standpoint too. But overall, when I kind of step back and look at the project for something that is less than a year old, that hasn't been like a full-time 8 hours a day, 40 hours a week thing, I feel reasonably good about the progress and the direction it's heading in. So it's kind of like, I don't want to be excited about it because it's still early, but it's kind of exciting. Yeah, growth can hurt sometimes. Yeah, it can. It usually does. It's usually, and we kind of talked about this yesterday, like, for example, with tutorials, like all of the weird problems and roadblocks that you encounter while building something that get completely omitted from a tutorial, that pain and that frustration and that bashing your head against the wall for an afternoon on why doesn't my grid lay out correctly, like that's where the learning and the growth actually happens. Let's see here. Icon names constants, done. One more thing checked off. I'm pretty sure our header has been well behaved, and if it didn't, I think our async mutex lock on the handler would have probably fixed anything I saw. So we're going to close that too. Absolutely, yeah. Yep. We do have a bug. We have a couple, and I should ticket them officially so that I remember them next time. And maybe that's what we'll start tackling next time as well. We have a couple things here. We have, and I got to think about how to repro this. If I delete the connection, we'll use our traditional sacrificial lamb, 3-2 to 4-2. And then I delete this room. Then the connection doesn't get cleaned up. And that's because this room no longer has a connection. So we need to fix that. I don't know what Spotify has decided to play me. Don't like it. There we go. So let's jot down that. Let's see here. Deleting connection from a room to another room. And then deleting the selected or the first room, the room under test. We'll leave an orphan connection from the room where the connection was deleted back to the deleted room. Let's put that in real quick. We'll have to sort that out. The other thing, we need to add this editor map, add confirmation dialog to deleting a room. That'll be hopefully an easy one. That one can be a modal. I'm perfectly happy to block out everything with that pop-up box that says yes or no, right? There was something to do with, let's close this and relaunch. There was something to do with selecting rooms that got wonky. How did I do that? Right there, it happened. That's a weird one. Okay. Map. And we do deleting all connections from a room, and then selecting another room, or from a connection tile, and then selecting another connection tile. We'll leave rooms set as selected. Let's make sure. Apply. Yes. And if I delete these and select a room, yeah, it's still select. Okay. It's because there's no connection stored anymore, I think. So we can say just selecting another tile, rooms that were connected before set as selected visually. So we got that. Those are a couple little things to kind of take care of. And then we still have our mock-up here. So there's a couple other key major bits of functionality. The biggest one is I would like to be able to scroll this infinitely, or within reason, right? To where you can, well, kind of like Draw.io. Like there's nothing stopping me from scrolling up here. I guess it only makes room when there's a thing. Maybe we want to override the right click and make that a slide, kind of like this does. It's an interesting thought. But I don't want you to be locked into needing to create a connection here to get anything else. If you're in the middle of trying to make a room, we should like dynamically expand this so you can drop a thing in. That's going to be a big thing, and it's going to be tied to zooming, which we also need to do. And maybe I kind of like this where you can move it around, but your canvas, so to speak, is constrained up until you give it a reason not to be. Like if I was to come in here, then it expands. And it kind of looks like they just have a base grid side. Why would you want that, so like, let's say this was your map here that you had built, and you wanted to make another section over here. And then you could build this into, you know, a square connection, or a square connection as a square area, like the endless field. Yeah. So you could build this out, and then you could connect them. You know, you could build your path in the middle. Otherwise, you would have to build a path, and say, okay, well, I want to come up over here, maybe here. I don't know, maybe that's where I want. And then you'd have to, you know, build this here. But if you ended up being too close, and, you know, then you're constrained here. And that just sucks. So there's a lot to come. Yeah, this is going to be a hard one, I think. It might not be that bad. We just need to like add another like section here as you scroll, which is I bet you what they're doing here. You kind of see at the edges where they pop in, and I guess they have a finite limit. It looks like -2500 and something, I don't know. So like they have a finite limit, which I probably would too, that's fine. But just the ability to put a thing out would be good, I think, for UX. And then we also need to add our templates for rooms and connections over here. We need to build the top bar. That would be cool. Yeah, it'd be good UX for building that out. And I also need to think about the ability to like highlight a section and move it. Because if you built this over here and then you're like, I'm kind of running out of room and it actually needs to be over here for it to make sense. It'd be good to be able to move things a little bit. And that's going to be kind of hard too, I think. And I don't know exactly how I want to do it. But those are kind of required to have a good editor experience, I think. Otherwise, it's going to be really clunky. And also, like, if you're zoomed in and you're looking at this corner, but it's stuck up here, that kind of sucks. It'd be nice to be able to come over here a little bit. Step by step, yep, exactly. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. A lot of the way you interact with Draw.io is similar to other kind of greedy-based, and it's not really strictly grid-based, but similar to other greedy-based editors for things that I've used. And so there's a lot of QOL there. This is actually a really good example. And we also need to figure out, and these will probably come later, our icons for the things. We'll need to like implement those when we actually have a hidden door that we can really test, I think. So we'll kind of kick the can down the road there. These shouldn't be terrible. We just need to have them stored in a data structure, which we already have, right? We have the update data. So we just need to save them and then have a tabber and add new pop-up like a forum. This should be okay, hopefully. That's famous last words. I don't know about this button yet. Maybe we don't need it. Save is a big one. Where right now, as you edit things, like it applies to this map, but it doesn't actually apply to this map. If you reload the file, it reloads it. It just makes the changes in memory, right? So we need to have something that indicates, hey, you need to actually save these changes completely so that you can completely back out of an edit if you go wrong. Actually, kind of like they do here. But not up here tucked away. Maybe here, actually. Maybe that would be fine. But something like that. And then we'll need to be able to write it to the actual file, which should be fine. Shouldn't be an issue because we already have that functionality from map. We're using those same modules. But these are hopefully not huge deals. Zoom is going to be a little bit tricky. And this stuff is going to be tricky. But I think it's probably okay. Yeah, this stops me from scrolling completely out of screen, and that's kind of nice, right? So we need to kind of think about a lot of the same problems that they've solved in this UI. But that just means we have lots of interesting problems to solve. First up, we'll just do the bug fixing and the little things here. I really like that you have a plan efficient, right? I mean, without that, it's sort of hard to know what to do, right? So it's always for me, the first thing is to have a vision. The second thing is to break it up into manageable steps and chunks, which is why, you know, the first step was put three boxes on the screen that we can resize. Let's build a grid. Let's build the selected thing, you know. And then the other thing is that you just need to kind of break that small step up into what's the easiest sort of, you know, thing that makes sense to make. How do I get, like, when I start this, what will I do? I'll start by putting this form in a box, you know, that's easy. And then I'll make on this, scrollable. These will probably need like a delete in their corner or something. We'll kind of just feel it out, looking for where the good UX can live, you know, and try to do our best. Discard changes, please. Thank you. But that's kind of one of the main things that I'm worried about, is trying to make the UX good, because that is what will make the tool something that somebody wants to play with or not, right? And with my goal of kind of trying to make this friendly for non-coders too, that's going to be especially important for them. But yeah, that is almost 4.5 hours of frustrating today. Just frustrating today. But that's one of those things, right? But we did come up with things. We nailed a couple little things at the end there. We have a bug report. It was a pretty good day. And tomorrow we'll do it again. We'll start working on some of these little tidy things, and then maybe we'll dive into a new chunk. Maybe I'll kind of kick the can down the road for the moving and stuff. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll have to think about that. But I'll be here tomorrow. I'd love to see you all again tomorrow. Thank you all for hanging out and chatting. It was great. And